refrain from mentioning in public session any information which could lead to the identification of protected witnesses, victims, or their relatives. Prior to the opening statements, the parties and participants are under an obligation to satisfy themselves that no protected witness's name or other identifying information or reference to a family member of a witness or victim will be revealed in an oral statement, a PowerPoint presentation, or a video. In the event such identification is within that material, the person making the opening statement must notify the panel, and the panel will order a private session. Where counsel needs to raise an issue or make an objection that could affect the effectiveness of the protection of a witness, it shall do so in private session. Issues pertaining to the protective measures or security of a witness shall not normally be discussed in the presence of the witness concerned unless his or her presence is necessary. If any party, participant, or the registry becomes aware of the need to vary a protective order for a witness or victim or other protected individual, the panel and the parties or participants should be notified without delay. Lastly, I want to make a general statement concerning redactions and closed and private sessions. This panel is guided by the fact that trials are intended to be in public, so that the public knows and has confidence in the judicial process, as well as an understanding of the issues and decisions in the trial. This belief is reinforced by our rules of procedure and evidence. Redacting names and personal identification of witnesses, victims, and others at risk on account of testimony given by witnesses is of course possible, and when ordered by a panel, a necessary exception to this general rule. We will be guided by the general rule of publicity, and private and closed sessions should be used sparingly as the exception rather than the rule. Counsel are instructed to plan their direct and cross-examinations carefully, and in so doing to endeavor to group together any questions that must be asked and answered in private or closed session to avoid repetitive closings. Before I give the floor to the SBO, I would like to make it clear that pursuant to Rule 126, the opening statement of the SBO does not constitute evidence. It gives, however, an opportunity for the SBO to present an overview and give notice of the case it will endeavor to prove at trial. The panel has already indicated that it expects the parties to limit their submissions to issues directly relevant to that case and to avoid political statements or discussions of issues irrelevant to these proceedings. The panel also reiterates that the parties should not, in principle, interrupt the opening statement of the opposing party. If a party feels it should record an objection to a part or parts of the opening statement of the opposing party, it shall do so at the end of that opening statement. Mr. Prosecutor, the floor is yours. You have 5 hours.
Thank you, Your Honors. May it please the Court, Madam Registrar, Victims' Counsel, Counsel for the accused. Today we begin the trial of Hasim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Kresnici. Mr. Thaci, Mr. Veseli, and Mr. Salimi were founding members of the Kosovo Liberation Army and of the General Staff of the KLA. Throughout the indictment period, all 4 accused were key members of the General Staff and held senior leadership positions within the KLA. These 4 men were, without any doubt, the principal leaders of the KLA, and they have been celebrated and honored for it. But there was a darker side to their leadership, and that will be the subject of the trial that is starting today. The evidence will show that the 4 accused, in their senior roles as senior leaders within the General Staff, endorsed and implemented a policy targeting those persons they deemed to be their opponents. including persons who were accused of being collaborators, often based on nothing more than association with Serbian institutions, and persons who were perceived not to support the goals or the means of the KLA and later the Provisional Government of Kosovo. Such perceived opponents included persons associated with the Democratic League of Kosovo, known as the LDK, as well as persons of Serbian and Roma ethnicity. This policy, furthered by the accused throughout the indictment period, targeted opponents for detention, abuse, torture, and sometimes death. The indictment charges, and we intend to prove, hundreds of detentions across Kosovo, usually under terrible conditions of abuse, and over 100 murders. Most of the victims of the accused were fellow Kosovar Albanians. In their zeal to target and eliminate those persons they deemed to be opponents, the accused endorsed and implemented a policy that often victimized their own. The proof of these crimes and of the responsibility of the accused will require the presentation into evidence of many puzzle pieces in the form of documents obtained from different locations and sources, and witnesses who will speak both to the crimes and to the structure of the KLA. The crimes that will be proven were numerous, and they were widespread, both geographically and temporally. As for proving the structure of the KLA and the roles of the accused, that will require piercing a certain amount of secrecy that existed both during the war and after the war. During the war, there was secrecy about the functioning of the KLA, often by necessity, as the KLA was a rebel army fighting a state. KLA soldiers often had code names, they sometimes wore masks, and they could be secretive in their communications with internationals about the true functioning of the KLA. And after the war, some witnesses and suspects have had an interest in hiding the structure and roles that existed during the war. Although this case will be proven through many puzzle pieces, in the end, the criminal conduct that the prosecution will prove was actually quite straightforward. As you will hear during the prosecution's opening statement today, the KLA General Staff, with the 4 accused as its most important members, embraced in its communiques and declarations a very clear and explicit policy of targeting collaborators and perceived traitors, including political opponents. The 4 accused were directly implicated in both the articulation and the implementation of this policy, including by appointing and overseeing commanders and structures that enforced it. And, Your Honors, the evidence will show that the policy announced was in fact implemented. From the beginning to the end of the war, from north to south, from east to west, in Kosovo and in parts of Albania, there was a pattern of targeting opponents, a pattern that confirmed the expressed and actual direction that came from the top from these 4 accused. Now, what the evidence will show is that while there was secrecy about the functioning of the KLA that persists to this day, the common criminal purpose to target opponents, which is at the center of this case, was in fact not a secret at all. The message was repeated again and again, a drumbeat that alleged collaborators and traitors, including political opponents, posed an existential threat to the KLA and to Kosovo. The public repetition of this targeting was essential to the execution of the common criminal purpose, essential to getting persons in units and zones to act in accordance with the plan. That is why the purpose of targeting opponents was openly announced by the General Staff, and why, as you will see, it permeated communications, orders, and reports from before and during the charged time period. When persons were detained by the KLA, family members feared for their safety and their lives because they knew the abuse or death that could occur, and they knew what it meant to be labeled as a collaborator or a traitor in Kosovo. And beginning as early as the summer of 1998, internationals began to confront KLA leaders, including several of the accused, about allegations of detention and abuse, because they also knew. Even at this early time, some of the internationals already knew what was happening. In response to being confronted, the accused did not stop. They did not stop because it was their policy and purpose, and they were committed to it. The only thing that changed when the internationals began to ask questions is that the General Staff became more careful and less explicit about how they announced the policy. But the message remained unmistakable, particularly to those at whom it was targeted, and the crimes against opponents continued. Why did they do it? Why did the accused commit these crimes? The evidence will show that it was to win power. Power in the war, and power within Kosovo over those persons perceived to be opponents of the KLA. They may have also committed the crimes out of fear. Fear that their cause could be undone or undermined by those that they perceived to be as opponents. Or they may have committed them out of hatred or revenge because of crimes that were being or had been committed against them. You will see evidence of both of these factors, Your Honors. You will see that at times the communications from the General Staff and the accused defended and justified the actions of the KLA by underscoring the threat to the KLA posed by opponents, fear, or by pointing to the actions of the other side, revenge. In the end, however, the motives of the accused, why they committed the crimes charged in the indictment, is neither an element of any of the offenses charged, nor, more importantly, is it a defense. And in this respect, Your Honors, this case is about defending the rule of law during wartime, which is when the rule of law is most threatened. The rule of law. That is why we are here today. During wartime, the threat and the intensity of conflict can make the use of illegal means to further one's cause seem both justified and necessary. And that is where the law steps in. It is precisely why we have the laws of war, to hold in check the worst instincts and worst impulses that surface during wartime, to ensure that all humanity is not lost in the horrors of war. That is why we have the laws of war, and that is why they need to be enforced. There can be no justification, and there is no justification for arbitrarily detaining civilians and persons out of combat and subjecting them to abuse, torture, and murder. That is against the law, and that is why the prosecution brought this case, to vindicate the rule of law and the principle that nobody is above the law, even during wartime. This case is also about the victims and their families, victims of terrible crimes who have waited more than 20 years for justice, victims who have been told again and again over those last 20 years, get over it, move on. That is in the past. Stop talking about it. Turn the page. Justice is too hard. Justice is too expensive. All of those things are easy to say when you are not a victim. But for the victims of the crimes charged in the indictment and for their families, the harm and trauma of what happened to them is something that they live with every day. They carry it with them always. The victims have a right to be heard. They have a right to justice. And the prosecution, through this case, seeks to vindicate those interests. In this opening statement, we will provide an overview of the prosecution's case as follows. First, Mr. Howling will set out a summary of the evidence, which will show the authority exercised by the four accused in Kosovo in 1998 and 1999. Then Mr. Ferdinandusa and Mr. Tiger will trace the articulation and implementation of the common criminal purpose charged in this case over the same time period. Mr. Poch will then describe the pattern of crimes, detentions, abuse, torture, and murder that occurred during the charged time period pursuant to the common criminal purpose and under the authority of the four accused. Finally, Ms. Lawson will summarize and conclude with a focus on the responsibility of the four accused. Before I turn the microphone over, however, let me talk for just a moment about what this case is not about a challenge in proving the case, and about a point where the prosecution and the defense agree. This case is not a prosecution of the KLA, and it does not accuse everyone in the KLA. If anyone says that, it is false. It is simply not true. The case charges four men, Hasim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Kresnici, with committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in 1998 and 1999. The vast majority of members of the KLA had absolutely nothing to do with this case or with the crimes charged in the indictment. This case is only about what these four men did, about the case, about the crimes they committed during the war, and about what they are responsible for under the law. A challenge that will run throughout this case is the climate of witness intimidation that exists in Kosovo. It is real and it is pervasive. It is part of the reason why this court was set up in The Hague, and this court has repeatedly found in its judgments and decisions that the intimidation continues to this day, including through the labeling of persons who cooperate with this court as collaborators and traitors. There is no doubt that this climate will be very much a part of this trial, and it will enter this courtroom again and again. It will take courage for witnesses to testify here, and without question, we will see witnesses summoned here to this courtroom who will not want to tell this court what they know, and at times what they have stated before, because of fear or because of some misplaced loyalty to the accused. In the end, it will be up to your honors to consider how fear and loyalty affect this case, and how to evaluate the testimony of witnesses in light of the reality of the climate of intimidation that surrounds this trial. But what cannot happen here is that intimidation, fear, or loyalty succeed in defeating a just result in this case. That cannot happen, and it will not happen. Finally, Your Honors, I want to end on a point of agreement between the prosecution and the defense. There will not be many points of agreement, but on this one point we will always agree, and that is that it is the prosecution's burden, and the prosecution's burden alone, to prove each crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. That is a burden that we embrace, and it is a burden that we will meet in this case. The defense has no burden whatsoever, and they and the accused can remain silent in the face of these charges. They do not need to say anything. But to the extent that the accused have spoken, their words can and should be considered by this court. They can be considered when they've made admissions, and several of the accused have in fact made admissions. And they can be considered when they have made false denials, and there have been those as well. If you find that the accused have falsely denied a fact that they knew to be true, the question you will need to ask yourselves is, why? Why? Why are they denying facts that they know to be true? I will give just one example from the evidence that will be presented before I conclude. During the investigation of this case, Hasim Thaci came several times in secret to The Hague to give an extended video-recorded interview to SPO prosecutors. During those interviews, amongst a number of significant concessions, he denied much about his own role during the war and about the role of the general staff. For example, Mr. Thaci claimed that the general staff had no function until November 1998, and that even after that date, it existed only on paper. He also denied knowing at any point about any detentions. The evidence presented at trial, Your Honors, will show that these claims were false. They are contradicted by statements made by Mr. Thaci himself at other times, by statements made by some of the other accused, and by the overwhelming evidence that will be presented at this trial. As you hear that evidence presented during the course of this trial, Your Honors, you will want to be asking yourselves this question. Why did Mr. Thaci come here to The Hague and make those false claims about his own role during the war and about the KLA? What is he running from? What is he trying to hide? Ultimately, the trial that we are beginning here today will answer those questions. For now, I will turn the microphone over to Mr. Howling to continue the opening by providing an overview of the evidence that will prove the authority exercised by the accused during the indictment period. Thank you.
Mr. Howling, you may continue. We will take a break at 11 o'clock or approximately.
Good morning, Your Honors. Today, I will be speaking to how the accused exercised their authority in the KLA. Could the court officer please broadcast the PowerPoint on the screen? We have previously described the KLA's development during the indictment period as the consolidation and expansion of an existing functioning hierarchy. Today, we will present how the evidence will show this to be the case. The question before the panel is not when or how the KLA became organized in the opinion of any individual witness, or how that organization compared to that of a traditional army. The question is whether the accused held positions of authority which allowed them to commit the crimes charged in the indictment. The evidence will show they did. Across time, across organizational evolutions, each of the four accused wielded power, authority, and influence, which enabled them to implement the common criminal purpose charged and exercise effective control. It is, of course, going to be important in this trial to distinguish between what the KLA General Staff aspired to be and what they actually did. There's no question about that. And the reality on the ground was at times complex and at times opaque. But the General Staff's assertions of authority were not just aspirational goals or something that existed only on paper. There are concrete manifestations of that authority throughout the indictment period, showing that the organization reflected in the KLA statements and documents was lived on the ground. So what is the story of the KLA's organization? In order to survive as a clandestine liberation movement in Kosovo, the KLA needed to have organized structure from its very origins. The KLA emerged from the People's Movement for Kosovo, LPK, who believed that freedom for Albanians could only be obtained through force. This was in contrast to the Democratic League of Kosovo, LDK, its president Ibrahim Rugova, which was the dominant political party in Kosovo at the time and advocated for a policy of nonviolent resistance to the Serbian state. The KLA's leadership derived principally from the LPK, including future KLA General Staff members Hasim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, Zavi Taliti, and named JCE member Azim Sula. Through Adam Yashari and others, the KLA progressively started attacking Serbian military, police, and collaborators as the 1990s progressed. The KLA and its general staff, often referred to as the Central Staff before the indictment period, began in the early 1990s. General Staff member Zavi Taliti, recalling at slide B2, slide B1 being the cover photographs, recalling a 1993 conversation he had with Azam Sula, said, "We agreed that everything had to function according to a hierarchy and the decision-making. Otherwise, someone could misuse particular groups, or UDB or counterintelligence service could do dangerous things." This was important. From the beginning, hierarchy was central. Hierarchy gave protection. Hierarchy stopped infiltrators. The role of the leadership of the General Staff was therefore critical. And from the beginning, the General Staff members exercised authority both flexibly and collectively in a manner that was not tightly constrained by formal roles or divisions. In slide B3, in response to a question of when he was put in charge of the Kosovo Intelligence Service, known as SHIC, Kadri Veseli replied, "In fact, we have had our responsibilities during the entire wartime, in the period 92 to 98. We had our general staff and the operational staff of the UCK. We did not have separate duties, but all did whatever we could. We were engaged in leadership, logistics, and intelligence because the circumstances were such." Thaci, Veseli, and Salimi were amongst the General Staff's founding members. In an October 1999 media interview with Recep Salimi, here at slide B4, Salimi described the General Staff's creation in December 1993 and added that Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli had many important duties as members of the General Staff, especially in relation to contacts abroad and supplies, even though they were not always in Kosovo. In this early period, and in addition to political matters, Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli worked on, amongst other things, the organization of the KLA, including liaising between General Staff members in Kosovo and those based elsewhere. Recep Salimi was based in Kosovo and, together with others, consolidated and coordinated armed actions on the ground. In a different interview, here at slide B5, Salimi described 1997 as a different phase in the development of the KLA structure and warfare, or rather it was the year of the KLA's graduation, enabling it to wage a dignified war, which happened in 1998. By 1997, the KLA was reaching a point whereby it could carry out targeted attacks against multiple Serbian targets at the same time. As an example, in 1997, the KLA launched a simultaneous attack against 12 Serbian police stations with rocket-propelled grenades. The evidence will show that Recep Salimi organized this attack and that Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli helped secure the weapons used. The attack is memorialized in KLA Communique 37, seen here on the screen at slide B6. Communique 37 is the first of many communiques you will be shown today, and Mr. Fernandez in particular will be speaking to how they contributed to the common criminal purpose charged. So, from before the indictment period, the accused and other key JCE members had long-standing affiliations and relationships of trust within the KLA. Hasim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, and Recep Selimi began this enterprise through the creation of the General Staff and their early leadership. And they, along with Jakub Krasniqi, who was a General Staff member by early 1997, were all well established in these roles as the calendar turned to 1998. Following KLA attacks of the kind referenced previously, Serbian forces launched a dramatically reinforced effort in the Drenica area of Kosovo, with two early 1998 operations in Likošan and Čires, resulting in a large loss of civilian life that shocked the Albanian public. On 5 to 7 March 1998, FRY forces attacked Adam Yashari's compound in Prkaz, killing him and nearly all members of his family. This event had an enormous galvanizing effect in Kosovo, with volunteers rushing into the KLA. Hostilities further escalated in March 1998, confirming the existence of a non-international armed conflict. The March 1998 developments required the General Staff to divide responsibilities and consolidate the KLA's ranks. At the beginning of the indictment period, Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli led a group of relatively senior LPK members into Kosovo. This group included many who would be deployed to positions of command, including Fatmir Limaj, who would go to Klečka and Maleševa, Shukri Buja, who was instructed by Thaci on behalf of the General Staff to go to Lipjan, and Zem Gashi, who was deployed to Drenoc. Limaj and Buja are named JCE members in this case. You will hear about how these men played roles in the implementation of the common criminal purpose. Before continuing with the chronology, we need to talk about geography. During the war, command was divided up across Kosovo into what later became known as 7 operational zones, seen here at slide B7. You can see a visualization of the zone boundaries here, but note that they moved in the course of the indictment period, and they did not look always exactly like this. These zones were called subzones earlier in the indictment period, part of a larger operational zone 1, which encompassed all of Kosovo. These operational zones were officially recognized at different times in 1998, and I am now going to show maps of the charged detention sites across the zones. Because some of these sites are still redacted from the public, I will be indicating which maps can be publicly broadcast and which not. The first zone was the Drenica zone, formalized in the spring of 1998. The next slide is not to be shown to the public because the names of the locations will soon appear on it. Here it is at slide B8. The first commander of the Drenica zone was named JCE member Sulejman Selimi, who later in the indictment period replaced Azim Sula as general commander of the KLA, at which point Sulejman Selimi was replaced as zone commander by Sami Lushtaku. Sabit Getsi, a named JCE member who was a direct perpetrator of certain charged crimes, also had intelligence responsibilities here and in other areas during the war. The Drenica zone is specifically the area of charged detention sites from earlier in the indictment period, like Likoc, and later ones like Čires, Bajs, and 3 further sites listed at locations 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 in the indictment's Schedule A. The second zone was Pastrik, seen here at slide B9, which can be shown to the public at least to start. The Pastric Zone was formally established in the summer of 1998, but various local staffs, including the one commanded by the aforementioned Zemgashi, were being organized earlier in direct coordination with the General Staff. This is home to the greatest number of charged detention sites in this case, including Drenoc, Lapushnik, which is right on the edge of Pastric and Drenica. These boundaries moved over time, but it was always under the authority of the General Staff. Malesheva, Klečka, Sedlar, Budakova, Samišta, Bubel, Kosterč, and Reti. And that's just in the north. The south of the Pastric Zone cannot be shown on public broadcast. In the south of the zone are the 4 charged sites at Prizren, as well as Yeshkova. And here are all of them on the screen, still not to be broadcast. Musa Yashari was appointed the first commander of this zone. Ekrem Reja, known as Commander Drini, took over as commander for a time in this area before being replaced in March 1999 with Tahir Sinani. The third zone is Dukajin, seen here at slide B10, which can be publicly broadcast. The commander of this zone was Ramush Haradinai, and you will receive an array of evidence in this case showing the level of control he exercised over this area. General Staff member and named JCE member Lahi Brahimai is particularly active in this zone. One charged crime site appears in this zone, here, at Yablanica. The fourth zone was Lap, whose map cannot be publicly broadcast. You can see the map here at slide B11. The commander of this zone was Rustem Mustafa, also known as Remy, a named JCE member in the indictment. Latif Gashi was in charge of intelligence for this zone. He is also a named JCE member, and you will hear evidence of his involvement in charged crimes committed here. The charged sites of Bar, Baigora, La Pashtica, Mayac, Potok, Dubrotin, location 10.3 from the indictment Schedule A, and Zlash are all in this area. The last of these being the charged crime site in the Mustafa case before this court. Pristina and its charged detention sites are also in this zone. The fifth zone was Neradimi, and this map and all remaining maps in this series can be publicly broadcast. You can see the map here at slide B12. The Neradima zone was commanded by named JCE member Shukri Buya. Based on instructions from the General Staff, Buya was organizing the KLA in this area as early as April 1998 and was appointed as zone commander by them 2 to 3 months later. This zone includes charged detention sites like Bab, Ivaya, Bishets, and Varosh. The sixth zone was Shala and was commanded by Raman Rama. There are no charged detention sites in this zone, but you can see it here at slide B13. The Karadak zone was the last of the 7 zones. created towards the end of 1998. Ahmet Sufi was named the commander of this zone, and you will meet an international witness who will speak to the authority he had over this area in the summer of 1999. This is the area, seen at slide B14, of some of the later charged crimes in this case, such as those in Gilan, Novoberd, and Verban. Though not a Kosovo operational zone, there are also charged crimes in Albania, seen here at slide B15 at the Kukus and Sahan sites in 1999. This area concerns charged crimes in the Shala case before this court. This is another place where named JCE member Sabit Getsi was active during the war. Here you can see all sites. This is slide B16. For most of the indictment period, the KLA General Staff settled here in the Berisha Mountains near Klečka at a place called Divjaka. The General Staff was based at Likots for a while at the beginning of the indictment period. They got temporarily dislodged from here and had to go to Novosela. And General Staff members traveled widely to KLA headquarters throughout Kosovo and further afield during the war. But this area, broadly speaking, was where the General Staff was. After an introduction by a narrator with a view of the area, Fatmir Limay explains why the General Staff based operations here in this extract from a KLA documentary at slide B17.
Banimet për gjatë maleve të larta të Berishës, në treven e Lapushës, ishin pika strategjike për shumë brezat të adetarisë sonë, që vepruan në rrethana ilegaliteti kundër regjimit shtypës të Beogradit në Kosovë. Këto janë shpatijet e Kleçkës e të Divjakës, të cilat ende ruajnë kujtimin e viteve më të ndritshme të historisë sonë më të re. Në malet e Berishës, gjatë luftës së ushtrisë çlirimtare të Kosovës, ishte baza kryesore e udhëheqjes së saj ushtarake dhe politike.
Ishin krijuar të gjitha parakushtet që shtabi i përgjithshëm i UÇK-s, duke marrë parasysh terrenin. I kishte vendin pothuajse më të sigurt vendosjen në këtë pjesë të Kosovës, nga ku do të ndërlidhte veprimet ushtarake dhe komunikimi me të gjitha njësitë ushtarake anë në Kosovës. Ky ishte pika, si thua, mesi i Kosovës, qendra e Kosovës me të cilën mund të komunikonte në të gjitha anët e Kosovës. Edhe në sistemin e ndërlidhjes, edhe në sistemin e kalimit dhe parakalimit të ushtarëve nga një zonë në zonën tjetër, duhej patjetër të kalojnë për këto male dhe të ndërlidhen me zona tjera. Prandaj edhe ne vendosëm që shtabi i përgjithshëm i UÇK-s pjesën më të madhe ta kalojnë në këtë pjesë.
You can see it from that explanation, and you can see it from the map. The KLA General Staff was quite literally at the center of all of this. Getting back to the spring of 1998, and the KLA General Staff arranging the command. Hasim Thaci discussed the role of himself and Kadri Veseli in these developments, and these excerpts from a documentary in honor of Agim Çelay, a General Staff member killed in the summer of 1998. Here are the first two excerpts of Thaci speaking at slide B18.
Agim Çelën e kemi takuar përmes profesor Muj Rrugovës, i cili njihem të personalisht. Ne kemi takuar dhe në pranverë të vitit 98, kemi grumbulluar një numër të konsiderueshëm të gjeneratës e parë të ushtarakëve, të cilët kishin shprehur gatishmërinë, zotimin e tyre për të futur në Kosovë.
We brought together the military men. Thaci continues.
Bashku me Kadri Veselin kemi kontaktuar shumë ushtarak, anë kënd diasporës ku gjindeshin ata, në mënyrë që t'i sistemojmë në formacionet e ushtrisë lirimtare të Kosovës. Prej shumicës prej tyre kemi pasur një përgjigje pozitive se do t'i bashkangjitin në ushtrisë lirimtare të Kosovës, se do të jenë pjesë e rëndësishme e ndërtimit dhe forcimit e profesionalizimit të formacioneve të UÇK-s anëken Kosovës.
Thaci and Veseli were the ones contacting the military men throughout the diaspora. And there's a third extract here, this one at a different ERN, at slide B19.
Me ardhin e këtij grupi ushtarakësh, me vendim të shtabit të përgjithshëm të ushtrisë lirimtare të Kosovës, gjithë këta ushtarak u shpërndan gjitha zonat operative të Kosovës.
The military men were distributed across the zones by decision of the General Staff. One of the military men brought to Kosovo was Bislim Zirapi, who entered in late May 1998, escorted by Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli. Zirapi was a professional soldier who became a member of the General Staff in June 1998 and held senior KLA leadership positions throughout the war. In a 1999 media interview, Zirapi described the control the General Staff had around the early 1998 period, around this time at slide B20. In particular, he says, I can say that the General Staff at that time had control over all its units, but the way in which until then the staff exercised control had been a great burden on it. This was the situation when Zirapi arrived. A report from the command of the Rahavat's operational staff at slide B21 is also illustrative. This report describes how the General Staff sent Zemgashi into the area during the spring of 1998 in order to take control over the troops there. Gashi and Deputy Commander Mahir Asani, who is also named in this report, were not from the area, and they took superior authority over the local KLA members. We have tendered this report into evidence in the first bar table motion, and you are going to meet witnesses who can speak to the Dreadnought's command at this time and how it was initially set up. The General Staff's involvement is further confirmed by a formal authorization for Mahir Hassani's appointment, seen here at slide B22, dated 31 May 1998 in the top, a document found at Jakub Krasnici's residence. Later, in the spring of 1998, the General Staff continued its consolidation and reconfiguring itself into a series of directorates. Jakub Krasnici described being announced as the KLA General Staff spokesperson and wrote a description of the makeup of the KLA General Staff. This organizational chart at slide B23 depicts Krasnici's explanation of how the General Staff looked around this time. Hasim Thaci was identified as responsible for the Information Directorate, as well as the Political Directorate, along with, amongst others, Kadri Veseli and Jakub Krasnici. The Political Directorate was tasked with shaping the political directives of the KLA and securing international support. Mr. Thaci said in his SPO interview he only took charge of the Political Directorate at the end of 1998, but the evidence at this trial will show this not to be true, including evidence from his co-accused, Jakub Krasnici, as well as Recep Salimi, as well as documents, including Mr. Thaci's own official biography on the Kosovo government website. Kadri Veseli was in charge of the Intelligence Directorate, tasked with generating information to expose opponents of the KLA. The name of the intelligence apparatus changed in the course of the conflict. Earlier in the indictment period, those working in intelligence worked for G2, sometimes you see it also called ZKZ. Veseli himself says that G2 was the Information Service Department of Kosovo and adds that this decision was taken in June of 1998. Veseli also asserted in an UNMIK statement that he assumed responsibility over G2 in September 1998, but the evidence will again show that he had intelligence responsibilities before that time and indeed throughout the war. Recep Salimi was the general inspector, also in charge of the operational directorate, and helped organize military operations, training for soldiers, and logistics for troops in the field. In these roles, Salimi traveled all over Kosovo to meet with commanders and inspect operations. Jakub Krasniqi was the General Staff's official spokesperson, articulating the position of the General Staff publicly. Communiques were a special kind of communication to the KLA in the broader world, and were an important focus for Thaci and Krasniqi, especially in the indictment period. In his role in the political directorate, KLA policy was Thaci's responsibility. As spokesperson, Krasniqi was tasked with giving voice to those positions. This division of tasks was confirmed by Recep Salimi in his SPO interview. At slide B24, Salimi begins here by speaking of Sokol Bashota, a general staff member who becomes the KLA deputy commander, before turning to Thaci and Krasniqi's roles, following Krasniqi's appointment as spokesperson. As a preliminary remark before playing this video, we have removed whenever interpreters were speaking in the excerpt, editing the video so that all that remains are Salimi's exact words with subtitles underneath them.
Pastaj, kujtoj që me komunikatat është marrë Sokol Bashota, ndoshta mund tjetë njëri prej tyre, gjatë atë shtatës, por komunikatat janë hartuar kryesisht në organin e lëvizjes popullore të Kosovës, i quajtur Zëri Kosovës. Në prill të vitit 1998, ne kemi emëruar zyrtarisht zëdhënës, i cili është marrë fillimisht edhe me komunikatat edhe me paraqitjet e para publike nëpër televizion, i cili ka qenë Jakub Krasniqi. Në ndërkohë i ndihmuar, i suportuar edhe nga Hasim Thaci, i cili ka pasur detyrë pak më vonë të komunikimit me opinionin. Kështu ka vazhduar deri në fund parafarsisht.
Krasniqi dealt with the communiques, supported and aided by Thaci. This same part of Salimi's interview described how the General Staff were also normally apprised of the contents of these communiques before release. And just to be clear going forward, unless I say that something cannot be broadcast on a slide, all the slides can otherwise be broadcast for the public. The KLA continued to adopt more formal structures to further define the hierarchy within its ranks in the summer of 1998. Brigades were being identified, along with local intelligence heads and military police commanders. And these developments happen under the eye of the General Staff. As seen at slide B25, in the words of a KLA General Staff response to an operational subzone in mid-1998, hierarchy is respected throughout the ranks of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Now, this direction has Jakub Krasniqi's handwritten notes on it and was found at his house as seized material. In his notes, next to this sentence, you can see written, "In our situation, we should respect the hierarchy with fanaticism. The phrase is significant. It recognizes that under the circumstances, in our situation, hierarchy was important for the accused and the KLA leadership. And it further showed that there was a fanatical interest on the part of the leadership to impose that hierarchy. And this is to be borne in mind when considering the common criminal purpose and the role of the General Staff and the accused in implementing it. The General Staff made clear that they were in command of the KLA. The units on the ground knew this. On 29 June of 1998, the KLA convened a meeting in Maleševo, video recorded, with named JCE members Fatmir Limaj and Shukri Buya speaking. Listen to how Limaj described the command of his unit at slide B26.
Njësit I lomi që liku është një. Po mërë presim fjallë të diskutuar në teren. është një se është në komandën e shtabit përgjithshëm të ushtrisë Kosovës.
It is one because it is under the command of the General Staff. The General Staff's authority over its zones was no more evident than when the KLA had interpersonal disputes with the armed forces of the LDK-aligned government of Bujar Bukoshi, known as FARC. The KLA agreed to fight alongside the FARC, but this led to disagreements as to who had broader command over operational zones and who was superior to whom. In the Dukajin zone, Ramush Haradinaj appointed FARC's Tahir Zemaj to be in charge of the 1st Brigade within the zone. Zemaj came to enjoy such support within the area that he was elected commander of the Dukajin zone, replacing Haradinaj in a decision that the latter acquiesced to. The change in command was reported by the intelligence services headed by Veseli, and the military orders and contemporaneous accounts in August 1998 revealed what happened following this grassroots change. KLA General Staff members, including Hasim Thaci and Recep Salimi, traveled to the Dukajin zone, annulled Zemaj's appointment, and reinstalled Haradinaj as zone commander. You can see from this document at slide B27, signed by Tahir Zemaj, that the structure with Zemaj in command was rejected by the General Staff, making crystal clear who had the final say over zone commander appointments. The General Staff did not just set appointments in the operational zones. They also directed the activities of military police and detentions. This can be seen in a July 1998 documentary. Slide B28, with this clip of Sahit Yashari, head of the military police in the Dranitsa zone. Always prepared to carry out the orders of the General Staff. The hierarchy asserted there by Sahit Yashari finds confirmation in a 2 July 1998 General Staff order found at Jakub Krasniqi's home, seen here at slide B29. It specifies at the top that a General Staff meeting was held and that confiscation of cars by force requires special permission from the commander of the region. It then says that the military police are allowed to stop suspicious persons and items, and that persons detained or vehicles seized are to be passed on to the relevant authority. As you will see, certain of the charged victims in this case were stopped in their vehicles and detained in just the manner authorized by this order. And this is just the first of many decisions you will hear today taken during KLA General Staff meetings. The evidence will show that they met frequently across the indictment period. Even when certain members were traveling, decisions could still be taken, and General Staff members were kept abreast of the latest developments. Now, the next slides cannot be publicly broadcast. As for military police activities at the zone level, here is a military police decision from the Dukazin zone in mid-1998 at slide B30. You can see the detention of a person that was formally authorized, making an order granting release by a commander necessary. You can see here where it is ordered that this detainee be released while having his car and firearm confiscated. What you do not see in these orders is that the person concerned was arbitrarily detained, accused of being a collaborator, and beaten by the KLA. You are going to hear evidence about this detainee early in this trial. Each individual KLA zone also had intelligence operatives within it, performing intelligence and counterintelligence functions. They generally reported to zone commanders, with these same reports also being sent to Kadri Veseli's intelligence directorate. Intelligence reports also made their way to General Staff members directly, at times even bypassing normal reporting channels. The General Staff was informed of the activities of intelligence and military police across the conflict. In another slide, not for public broadcast, this document, at slide B31, references arrest warrants at Drenots, which from content must have been written in mid-1998. You can see a charged murder and enforced disappearance victim in underline on the bottom of this page. This item was found at Jakub Krasnici's house. The General Staff had the authority to order detentions and even executions. And you will hear evidence from witnesses who will explain how orders to kill collaborators would be issued by the General Staff. From here onwards, all remaining slides in my presentation can be publicly broadcast. In July 1998, the KLA made an ill-fated attempt at an offensive by trying to seize the Rahavac area from Serb forces. Early gains were quickly lost in a Serbian counterattack, which forced the KLA to withdraw from many areas under their control. There is evidence that the General Staff did not make the initial order to move on to Rahavac, but Thaci, Veseli, Salimi, and other General Staff members quickly moved to the area to direct the activities of KLA units on the ground. During this time, you will hear evidence of the KLA taking Serbian civilians in the Rahavac area. Some people from these operations are Schedule B murder victims for Maleševa, and you will hear evidence about them during trial. The General Staff continued to work and direct operations following this offensive. In August 1998, for example, a General Staff delegation including Hasim Thaci, Jakub Krasnici, and Recep Salimi traveled to the Shala and Lap zones to amongst other things, formalize their command. The manifestations of authority, which we have been discussing, are in lockstep with regulatory documents which reflect the General Staff's power across all operational zones. These regulations were created by the General Staff, and its members knew about them. You will see many military orders from operational zones in this trial, explicitly referencing these regulations as their basis. Jakub Krasniqi writes in his book, The Big Turn, this is ERN U015-8743, U015-8935, ET revised, also translated as The Great Turning Point, about his involvement in these regulations. The Big Turn provides a great deal of insight into how the KLA organized itself in the course of the war, and can be corroborated by other evidence in many key respects. In a meeting, incidentally, of former KLA commanders attended by Thaci, Veseli, and others in 2001, discussed here at slide B32, Hasim Thaci remarked that Jakub Krasniqi does not publish a book without consultation with us. The first regulations to discuss are the provisional regulations for internal organization in the Army, adopted in early July 1998, found at Jakub Krasniqi's house. They're seen here at slide B33. Krasniqi admits in The Big Turn to being the author of this document, which gives detailed directions about command and control in the KLA. It speaks of the necessity of following orders and respect for hierarchy. The evidence will show that these regulations were sent to operational zones. That mid-1998 document found at Krasniqi's house, referencing how hierarchy should be respected with fanaticism, also indicates that the Dukagjin zone was to be sent a copy of these provisional regulations. And they got there. As you can see, their impact in references as a basis to KLA documents, such as this authorization at slide B34, for Fato Mehmetai to establish intelligence structures in the Dukagjin zone, implemented with reference to the provisional regulations. There are also KLA General Staff regulations, seen here at slide B35, excerpts which were again found at Jakub Krasniqi's residence and which have been tendered for admission into evidence at trial. This document explicitly articulates that the General Staff operated as a unified command and was the highest management and commanding body of the KLA. You can also see elsewhere in this document a description of the role of the Intelligence Directorate in particular, making clear that this was an important organization within the General Staff. You will see evidence that the regulations of the KLA General Staff repeatedly form the basis for General Staff orders. As an example here at slide B36, this is a General Staff order signed by Bislam Zarapi about Pastric zone appointments, making reference to these regulations. For another, this order, found at Jakub Krasniqi's house, it's seen here at slide B37, is for zone commanders to send daily reports to the General Staff, and was again issued pursuant to the General Staff's internal regulations. Next are regulations for intelligence subdetachments. A copy of this is again found at Krasniqi's home. You can see it here at slide B38. Krasniqi wrote in The Big Turn that he also authored this regulation which was approved on 23 July 1998. You can see the level of authority stressed over the intelligence apparatus in this document. The regulations speak of requiring iron discipline and clear demarcation of authority. The regulations required that intelligence had to be organized by the headquarters and staff at all levels. And you can see that in action by this set of regulations of the military intelligence at the district level, distributed to intelligence operatives across KLA zones, and seen here at slide B39. This document provides, amongst other things, that the chief of the intelligence service answers directly to the commander of the armed forces. The last regulatory document adopted around this same period, which I will be discussing today, are the KLA's disciplinary regulations, seen here at slide B40. There's also a duplicate at SITF 000-68883 to 000-68899. These regulations discuss who had authority to enforce discipline within the KLA, including the heads of the General Staff Directorates. You will see also from Articles 3 and 7 of this document that there are requirements that all military officers are equal when it comes to discipline, and that military officers must implement orders by a superior even when not their immediate superior. The evidence will once again show that these disciplinary regulations were used too when the KLA wanted to. Here at slide B41 is a verdict on appeal pursuant to the disciplinary procedure signed by Bislam Zarapi. Here's another at slide B42. This one coming from the Narodima zone, and there are many more. Pursuant to these regulations, and in addition to their de facto authority as senior leadership figures within the KLA, the accused, through their official positions in the General Staff, held extensive formal powers to commend, promote, discipline, or detain soldiers. A diplomatically negotiated ceasefire was signed between the FRY and internationals on 15 October 1998. Provocations and hostilities continued, leading the KLA to announce by the end of the year that it would resume full armed activities in 1999. The General Staff continued to communicate its political message directly to KLA soldiers. Here's a video, slide B43, taken of Jakub Krasniqi addressing KLA soldiers in late November 1998 in Divjaka, in a speech commemorating the one-year anniversary of the KLA's first public appearance. You can see Krasniqi's authority on display as he walks along the column of soldiers.
Dashur ushtar dhe e pror, gëzuar fesën e flamurit.
We will tender the whole video for your honor's consideration in due course, but we will play one further excerpt from it with Krasniqi describing the KLA's organization and achievements.
Luftoj kundër një makinerie të tërë ushtarake propagandistike, përballoj ofensiva ushtarake të papara pas luftës së dytë botërore në Kosovë, përballoj një luftë speciale të koordinuar nga jashtë e brenda dhe eci pa ndalshëm përpara. dhe çuditën miqt dhe armiqt me dijetesën e ushtrisë shqiptare të Kosovës. Me gatishmërinë dhe me dukshmërinë e saj luftarake. Qëllimi i armiqve të gjitha ngjyrave ishte zhdukja e QK-s, eliminimi i saj nga jeta politike, që pastaj Kosovës të imponohet një zgjedhje parëndësishme mjerake, pacifiste apo gandiste.
In the context of the totality of the evidence to be shown, it will be clear that that reference to the spectrum of enemies in this video was a thinly veiled reference to the LDK party. In late 1998, and following what had been a heavy Serbian offensive, the KLA General Staff underwent a further expansion. This here at slide B44 is a visualization based on Jakub Krasnici's detailed description of how the organization looked at this time. You can see Krasnici indicating his own appointment as KLA deputy commander and the continued roles of the other three accused. Hasim Thaci, political, Recep Salimi, general inspector, Kadri Veseli, intelligence. You can see in decision 061168, 061168, dated 2 November 1998 and signed by Zirapi, Veseli, and others, that new KLA structures had been approved. Restructuring in the fall of 1998 included the formalization of a military police directorate to oversee the already existing military police. The responsibilities of the military police were discussed in the provisional regulations of the Army and are developed and updated in a 1998 document issued by Fatmir Limaj in his capacity as the head of the directorate, seen here at slide B45. You can see the chain of command here. The military police organs are subordinate to the Military Police Directorate, which appoints the commanders in the military police operative subzones. You can see later on the same page that the military police was formally required to assist and cooperate with KLA intelligence units. Limaj, being in charge of the Military Police Directorate, is an example of the General Staff, and therefore the accused, appointing a named JCE member to a position of authority. We will show that named JCE members directly perpetrated charged crimes while exercising that authority, including General Staff members and zone commanders convicted for war crimes after the conflict. The General Staff continued to direct the activities of the military police beyond Limaj's appointment. This early December 1998 order, signed by Jakub Krasnici at slide B46 and found at his house, is another clear example where he directs the zone commanders to order the military police to arrest those citizens showing loyalty to the occupier who are uniformed in the Serbian police, whereby they have committed acts of treachery against the Albanian people. The same shall be done in the future to every citizen implicated in any police whatsoever outside the KLA's formation before the political status of Kosovo is decided. Those committing crimes were all in reporting lines running directly to the General Staff, of which the accused were part. The accused's awareness of illegal KLA detentions during the charged time frame will also be established by the evidence showing their interactions with illegally detained persons at Likots, Chirez, Sidlar, and Dranots. As 1998 turned to 1999, high-level appointments remained within the General Staff's province. In a General Staff meeting agenda found at Recep Salimi's house and seen here at slide B47, Jakub Krasniqi is discussing appointments and promotions and said that nothing should be signed without the GS consent. You can see the KLA General Staff's organization of appointment authority from the spring of 1998 formalize in references to a personnel council. This body's authority can be seen in a 20 January 1999 report on a meeting with KLA zone commanders seized from Krasniqi's house here at slide B48. This report is signed by Bislam Zarapi and confirms previous practices by providing that as the regulations stipulate, the commander of the subordinate units proposes the promotion or dismissal to the zone command. The zone forwards the proposal by writing to the KLA General Staff, SHP. The Personnel Council examines it and submits its proposal to the KLA General Staff Commander. The composition of this Personnel Council can be found in meeting minutes found in Recep Salimi's possession here at slide B49. You can see this group is comprised of the four accused, with Krasniqi as the head and Thaci as the deputy head. Further proof that this 20 January 1999 discussion on the Personnel Council occurred can be seen in this binding invitation from Jakub Krasniqi for a meeting with all zone commanders here at slide B50, as well as here at slide B51, in a formally signed document on that same date with the signatures of all 7 zone commanders. Both of these last two items were found in Krasniqi's home, and the evidence will further show that zone commanders would travel to meet with the General Staff on a repeated basis towards the end of 1998 onwards. Now, Your Honors, I have a little bit more to go. This is a convenient place to stop. I can continue for 5 minutes, or we can take a break now. Another example of the exercise of the General Staff's authority can be seen in the events of 8 January 1999, where the KLA captured 8 VJ troops in the Shala zone. The KLA requested assistance from the OSCE in negotiating their release. This story is a vivid illustration of the KLA General Staff's hands-on approach and authority over zone commanders. As Jakub Krasniqi explains in an unpublished manuscript found at his house here at slide B52, we in the KLA General Staff of the KLA had, towards this problem, as well as towards every other problem of national importance for Kosovo, a responsible and committed approach. The KLA General Staff was informed in detail about this discussion too, as well as about every other discussion. International witnesses will explain that Krasniqi was the point man for these negotiations about the captured VJ soldiers and was always on the phone. Hasim Thaci was involved in these negotiations as well, and another international witness will say that at one point in the discussions, he was handed a phone to speak with Thaci on the other end. Krasniqi further explained here at slide B53 that we have had discussion with GS about this case. There were no conflicting opinions, and we shared a unanimous opinion. You can also see at slide B54, which is here, this January 1999 photo of Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota at the negotiations with OSCE. At slide B55, we see that the Shala Zone released the captured soldiers on 13 January 1999, with Kosovo Press reporting on that day that the release was based on the executive order of the General Staff. In early February 1999, an international peace conference was organized in Rambouillet, France. Hasim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, Jaka Krasniqi, and other General Staff members attended the talks. FRY forces launched a series of further offenses in late February and early March 1999, and the peace talks collapsed by mid-March of that year. On 24 March 1999, NATO entered the armed conflict against Serbia. KLA forces continued to fight as NATO bombarded Serbian positions, most notably through an Operation Arrow in the spring of 1999, aimed at creating a weapon supply corridor from Albania into the heart of Kosovo. As these developments were unfolding, the KLA General Staff created a Provisional Government of Kosovo, or PGOK. The PGOK's structure was formally announced in a communique issued by Hasim Thaci himself, and we can discuss the structure of the PGOK after the break.
Thank you, Mr. Howling. We'll take a break now. Please be back at 11:30. We are in recess.
All rise.
Thank you, Your Honor. As discussed just before the break, the KLA General Staff created a provisional government of Kosovo. It was formally announced in a communique issued by Hasim Thaci. You can see this communique visualized here at slide B56. The PGOK's structure recalls roles already being played by the accused. Hasim Thaci was named the Prime Minister of this government. Kadri Veseli became the Chief of the Intelligence Service of Kosovo. This is SHIK. Recep Salimi became the Minister of Public Order, which gave him operational authority over KLA police. Jakub Krasniqi became the spokesperson for the PGOK. The General Staff's approach to decision-making is maintained through these developments. In an interview of 4 March 1999, discussing the creation of the PGOK and how it came to be, seen here at slide B57, Jakub Krasniqi made clear that no individual replacement of anyone can be a substitute for the collective work of the GS or the political directorate of the GS of KLA. In the early 1999 period, military police continued to work with the intelligence service to arrest and detain perceived enemies of the KLA. The formation of the PGOK did not meaningfully change the types of functions done by intelligence operatives. You will hear evidence that SHIK continued its anti-collaboration work from before, and you will meet witnesses who either worked for SHIK or were detained/interrogated by those working for them. And the KLA General Staff continued to be informed of intelligence operations. This, at slide B58, is a handwritten notebook found in Recep Salimi's house. The notes in Salimi's possession date to 1 March 1999 and describe activities in the Dukajin operational zone. You can see that it says that intelligence and counterintelligence are functioning at a satisfactory level. In June 1999, a demilitarization agreement is reached between NATO and the FRY and Serbian authorities. This agreement provided for an immediate ceasefire and complete withdrawal of FRY forces from Kosovo by 20 June 1999. NATO suspended its airstrike campaign on 10 June, and on that same day, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1244. The resolution demanded a ceasefire and decided the deployment of international forces to Kosovo. These included both a NATO-led peacekeeping operation called Kosovo Force, or KFOR, and an international civil administration body known as the UN Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo, or UNMIK. You will hear that both KFOR and UNMIK investigated KLA crimes and violations of the demilitarization agreement upon their arrival in Kosovo. The KLA PGOK leadership maintained command over the operational zones during this period. In fact, as Serbian forces retreated and international forces deployed, the KLA PGOK took advantage of the power vacuum and moved to take over civil administration across the country. The KLA PGOK was obligated by the demilitarization agreement to not engage in police activities in Kosovo, as this was to be the responsibility of the international forces arriving in mid-1999. Nevertheless, you will hear evidence of Recep Salimi issuing illegal authorizations for policing activities, as well as from international witnesses who took actions to try and stop them. KLA PGOK representatives would also meet with internationals in order to project engagement with the international community. We are going to provide the evidence of numerous international witnesses who met with Hasim Thaci as the KLA PGOK representative and others in the course of these discussions. In accordance with the demilitarization agreement, the KLA needed to disarm its ranks by 20 September 1999. This step marks the end of the indictment period in this case. Your Honors, throughout its organizational evolution and restructuring, the KLA was an organized army across the indictment period. They were an army by day and an army by night. And the centralized authority for that army was held in the hands of the KLA General Staff, a select group which included all 4 accused. The accused are not on trial today because of the organization and structures I've just described. They are on trial because of the manner in which they wielded their authority and drove those structures to their own ends. Whether exercising their authority as general staff members directly on the ground early in the indictment period, or through lower-level commanders expected to implement policy as the war progressed, each of the 4 accused, simply put, could implement their will. They could implement their will. So, what was their will? And this is the subject to which my colleagues will now turn, outlining the common criminal purpose to which all 4 accused were part.
Thank you, Mr. Howling. Mr. Ferdinandus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have just heard how the 4 accused in this case exercised their authority during the indictment period through their roles on the General Staff and in the Provisional Government of Kosovo. During this next part of the opening statement, we will set out how the accused implemented the common criminal purpose of targeting, with intimidation, detention, and violence, persons who were deemed to be opponents. This part will be delivered by me and Mr. Tiger, and in this first part, delivered by me, all slides will be for public broadcast. Opponents included persons who were perceived to be collaborating or associating with Serbian institutions, or those persons who simply did not support the aims or means of the KLA, including persons associated with the Democratic League of Kosovo, the LDK, as well as persons of Serbian, Roma, or other ethnicities. Sometimes they were referred to as traitors, collaborators, or collaborationists. The evidence will show that these terms were consistently misused and abused interchangeably. The evidence will show that persons labeled as such were detained arbitrarily and without process, and in many cases they were subject to horrific abuse, as you will hear in a later part of this opening statement. The common criminal purpose took aim at anybody who was perceived to stand in the way of the accused's objectives and tactics. The 4 accused abused their positions in the General Staff to devise, oversee, order, encourage, foster, and assist the implementation of this plan throughout the indictment period. What is the evidence of this common criminal purpose? It was plainly and explicitly set out repeatedly in official communiques issued by the General Staff with the knowledge and sanction of the accused, and it was repeated and echoed in speeches and interviews, rules and regulations, orders, meetings, and reports. The policy was further implemented through incidents directly involving the accused, and we will offer in this opening just some of the examples of this. In the end, the evidence will prove beyond all doubt that throughout the indictment period, the accused agreed on the common criminal purpose and actively furthered its implementation. Let's start with the communiques of the General Staff. As you heard from Mr. Whiting, the striking aspect of this case is that the common criminal purpose was not a secret. In Kosovo, it was widely known and openly advocated. Its implementation depended in part on this broad dissemination of the message, encouraging soldiers in the zones to act against opponents and ensuring also that all persons who might fall into the broad category of opponents would be intimidated and cowed. Beginning with the very early communiques and continuing into the indictment period, with the 4 accused in key roles at all relevant times, the General Staff embraced the policy of targeting opponents mercilessly with violence and death. The first known communique of the General Staff was issued in November 1994, as you can see here on slide C1. As you heard from Mr. Helling, Recep Salimi has stated that he, Hasim Thaci and Kadri Veseli were already members of the General Staff at that time. In a public interview prior to his indictment, Recep Salimi freely discussed his involvement in both attacks and discussions leading to this communique. As you can see on the screen, the communique announced the KLA attack and declared, I quote, "We would like to inform that the previous attacks in Kosovo against the occupiers and traitors were carried out by our armed units. Down with the occupiers and the traitors." End of quote. This policy was repeated in even more explicit terms again and again in communiques throughout 1996, 1997 and 1998. The communiques announced the executions of so-called collaborators and traitors and warned that such measures would continue. Communique 29, issued in January 1997 and shown here on slide C2, is an example. It announced that specific attacks had been mounted against persons accused of collaborating, and then said, I quote, "This is the last time we are appealing to the collaborators of the aggressors to give up their shameless path. Otherwise, there will be no mercy on them." End of quote. No mercy on them. The message is clear. Persons accused of collaboration would be targeted and shown no mercy. This policy was repeated again and again in the communiques. Look at communique 36 from September 1997 on slide C3. It says, I quote, "A few days ago, one of our units in the Drenica zone executed 2 other collaborators of the occupier." End of quote. Communique 42 from February 1998 announced the assassinations of several alleged collaborators. Communique 43 in March 1998, I quote, "Death to the enemies and traitors." End of quote. Communique 47 from May 1998 now on the screen on slide C4. I quote, "During this period, a number of attacks were also carried out against certain Albanian collaborationists who, despite earlier warnings, had not given up on their anti-nationalistic path." End of quote. This policy of targeting alleged collaborators, traitors, opponents, was therefore very much in the public eye in Kosovo. Informed international observers also took notice. In July 1998, members of the General Staff, including Hasim Thaci, Jakub Kresnici, and Kadri Veseli, intensified their outreach to internationals in order to garner critical support for the KLA. In one meeting in July 1998, Mr. Thaci and Mr. Veseli were directly confronted with allegations of detentions and abductions. And you will hear that Mr. Thaci did not deny those allegations, but instead responded by pledging that the KLA would respect the Geneva Conventions because, he said, they were a regular army. Back to the communiques. In this time period, summer 1998, as the outreach to internationals intensified, there was a shift in the tone of the communiques. They became more guarded and coded, but the message remained unmistakable. The making of Communique 49 is instructive. This is slide C5. These are notes titled, and you see it on the left side of the screen on the top, Com number 49. These notes were found in the house of the accused Krasniqi, and these notes include this line on the screen now. I quote, "Some collaborationists were liquidated," end of quote. Such drafting notes were found in Mr. Krasniqi's house, not only in typed form, but also in a handwritten version. This is slide C6. As you can see, this handwritten version bears the title Communique number 49, and it states, "Collaborators were also liquidated," quote unquote. However, by the time Communique 49 was actually issued in July 1998, and you now see it on slide C7, this line had become, I quote, "Measures have been taken against branded collaborationists who still worked against national interests," end of quote. While earlier communiques openly heralded assassinations, executions, and attacks, going forward, measures or punitive measures would become a new term for such actions taken against opponents. Communique 52, issued in August 1998, said that, quote unquote, "preventative and punitive measures were taken against some, quote unquote, collaborationist elements." Communique 53 from September 1998 said this, I quote, "Punitive measures of various forms are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule," end of quote. There is no question what was meant by measures. It meant targeting, it meant detention, it meant violent abuse, it meant assassination. Now, what was meant by the terms collaborators or traitors in these communiques? Did it only refer to persons who posed a danger to the KLA because they were passing on harmful information to the Serbian military? No. The evidence will show that these terms were broadly used to refer to persons who associated with Serbs, had a different political outlook, or opposed KLA tactics. Look at Communique 21 from July 1996, here on slide C8. The communique stated that international decision-making centers were failing to take the Kosovo issue seriously, and it expressed a concern that there might be a deal struck that would compromise the goal of independence for Kosovo. The communique then warned, I quote, "Those who dare sign such agreements shall be punished for treason," end of quote. In other words, opposing the tactics of the KLA meant you could be targeted for death. Look at Communique 27 on slide C9. It was issued in October 1996 and published in November 1996. The communique announced the execution of 2 men as decided by the KLA General Staff, still referred to in this document as the Central Staff. The communique then directed a message at those Albanians who had politically criticized the tactics of the KLA as being terroristic. And the warning to these political opponents was clear. I quote, "You on the other side must stop your accusation and must support our struggle, otherwise we will also knock on your doors to give you the deserved punishment." End of quote. The deserved punishment for failing to support the struggle. There is no doubt what that meant. Let's look again at Communique 29 from January 1997, shown now on slide C10. As I already noted, it announced several executions. Let's look at it more closely. The second attack that is described is against the rector of the Serb University in Pristina. Now, why was he targeted? The communique says that, and I quote, "The consequences of his anti-Albanian activity, especially within the educational system, are well known to all." End of quote. He was not a legitimate military target. He was a civilian. And he was targeted for his activities in the educational system. In the same vein, in Communique 36 from September 1997, the General Staff gave, quote-unquote, notice to politicians in Kosovo who were spewing venom about the KLA. Communique 47, issued in May 1998, condemned so-called collaborators for their, quote-unquote, anti-national courses of action. Communique 49, issued in July 1998, targeted collaborators for, quote-unquote, working against our national interests. In September 1998, political statement number 10, issued by the General Staff, suggested that positions taken by political actors in Kosovo amounted to treason. And we know from prior communiques what it meant to accuse someone of treason. Make no mistake, the terms collaborator and traitor were broadly used in these General Staff communications to include persons who advocated political approaches that deviated from those promoted by the KLA. And the warning to those persons was clear. It was clear in the language of the communiques, and the danger they were in is confirmed in the charged incidents involving the targeting of opponents. In the summer of 1998, the General Staff further framed the targeting of political opponents as part of its campaign against what it termed, quote-unquote, special warfare. The term special warfare referred to propaganda directed against the KLA by Serbian forces and others to undermine the KLA support both within Kosovo and outside Kosovo. Examples of such perceived special warfare were labeling the KLA as a terrorist organization or as being weak and divided. However, in official communications from the KLA General Staff from summer 1998 onwards, political opponents were grouped with those who were alleged to be deploying such special warfare or propaganda against the KLA. In other words, criticism of KLA tactics or goals by political opponents and support by political opponents for alternative resolutions of the conflict, such as the granting of autonomy to Kosovo instead of independence, were equated with or said to be in service of Serbian propaganda against the KLA. Look at Political Declaration number 7 on slide C11. It was issued by the Political Directorate of the KLA General Staff in August 1998. This declaration is significant because it revealed publicly some of the political representatives of the KLA, including two of the accused, Hasim Thaci and Jakub Kresnici. But look at what this declaration also says about special warfare. It says, and I quote, "Compared to the blows delivered against the oppressor on the battlefield, the Kosovo Liberation Army successfully faced the forms of special warfare that accompanied the occupier's offensive." End of quote. And what form did this special warfare take? The political declaration continues. I quote, "Speculation related to the formation of institutions represents one of the forms of special warfare against the vital interests of the Albanian people. We make our last appeal to the bearers of this speculation to put an end to their divisive activity. Otherwise, our blow will be merciless." End of quote. The message is clear. Any political dissent will be targeted without mercy. Look at slide C12, showing Communiqué 51, which was issued by the General Staff in August 1998. The Communiqué reports on military activities and then turns to special warfare. It says, and I quote, "Despite the highest level of professional and military courage and determination shown, our war everywhere would have been more successful had it not been for the attempts to infiltrate hostile and defeatist elements into the KLA, who have engaged and are still engaging in a kind of nasty special warfare, spreading misinformation and creating a feeling of panic, not just among the population only." End of quote. Eradicating special warfare continued to be a preoccupation of the General Staff and provided a justification to target, as a threat to the KLA, all those who dare to criticize the KLA or to propose alternative paths. We will return to this topic a bit later on in this presentation. Now, since the end of the war, when investigations of alleged crimes committed during the war began, the evidence will show that some of the accused have tried to run from these clear expressions of policy by the KLA General Staff, claiming that the communiques and political declarations were nothing more than propaganda, or even that they were not issued by the General Staff at all. The evidence that will be presented during this trial will show that these claims are plainly false. While the communiques may have at times exaggerated some of the successes of certain military operations, the evidence will show that specific operations against alleged collaborators announced in the communiques did in fact happen. And this is not surprising. You can imagine the difficulty if the General Staff publicly announced the execution of an alleged collaborator or traitor in a communique, and the next day that person would appear in public alive and well. We saw Communique 36 from September 1997 announcing synchronized attacks on police stations in Kosovo. As you heard today already, Recep Salimi has publicly confirmed that those attacks occurred. You saw Communique 29 from January 1997 announcing the attack on the rector of the Serb University of Pristina. You will receive evidence that this targeted attack in fact occurred. Mr. Krasniqi has accepted under oath that attacks on so-called collaborators described in specific communiques in 1997 and 1998 in fact occurred. More importantly, it makes no sense to describe the policy of targeting alleged collaborators or traitors as expressed in the communiques as propaganda. The communiques invited and gave license to other actors in the KLA, zone commanders, intelligence units, military police, to target opponents for detention and abuse. If this policy was meant to be false propaganda, that will be news to all those who acted on it during the war. Were the communiques issued by the General Staff with the accused as its key members? Of course they were. Of course they were. The evidence at trial will show that the task of issuing communiques was regulated in the General Staff, or Central Staff as it was for a time publicly termed, from the very beginning. Mr. Krasniqi has stated that the KLA began issuing communiques in 1994 to inform the public, and he has specifically identified certain communiques as far back as 1997 as coming from the KLA General Staff, including Communique 35 from August 1997, Communique 42 from February 1998, which, as mentioned, announced the assassinations of several alleged collaborators, Communique 47 from May 1998, which also announced that collaborators had been targeted, and Communique 53 from 18 September 1998, which announced that, I quote, punitive measures of various forms are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule, end of quote, and this communique was issued just days before some of the victims in this case were to be detained. Drafting notes. Complete drafts and published versions of many communiques were found in the search of Mr. Krasniqi's house, in original printed, photocopied, handwritten, typed and digital forms. In fact, Mr. Krasniqi was in possession of 42 different public General Staff communications from the indictment period, including many communiques, in a total of 94 versions or copies. And you will remember that this includes Communique 49 from July 1998, announcing measures against suspected collaborators, which we know from the drafting notes found in Mr. Krasniqi's house meant that these persons had been liquidated. In an interview with the ICTY in 2004, Hasim Thaci admitted that the General Staff communicated publicly through communiques, and he specifically said that Communique 47 from May 1998 was from the General Staff, as was Communique 49 from July 1998, both of which I mentioned a moment ago. In this trial, you will also hear evidence from insider witnesses on the receiving end of these communiques, confirming what can be seen in the communiques themselves and was admitted by most accused before they were indicted. The General Staff used these communiques to disseminate their messages to a wide audience. When a communication was falsely issued on behalf of the General Staff, the General Staff knew how to disavow it. Communique 42, issued in March 1998, is an example. It says, I quote, the communique fabricated by certain anti-Albanian quarters released in the name of the KLA, in which the Albanian Prime Minister was threatened, is not ours and as such is invalid. End of quote. The story of the authorship and authenticity of Communique 59, which was published in October 1998, and which will be the subject of considerable discussion during this trial, is instructive. Communique 59 falsely accused a particular individual of being a collaborator because, the evidence will show, members of the General Staff, including Hasim Thaci, wanted this person to be targeted for abuse, if not death. In a television interview in February 2019, Hasim Thaci claimed that this communique had not been issued by the KLA General Staff, that it had been issued by malicious individuals without the knowledge of the General Staff, and that in general some of the General Staff communiques and declarations had been issued not by the General Staff, but quote-unquote from bahnhofs, meaning train stations, unknown persons abroad, in order to divide the KLA and sow confusion. During his later interview with the SPO, Hasim Thaci, now seen on slide C13 in that interview, repeated that claim, stating that he did not know who wrote Communique 59, but that it was not a KLA communique. Two of the other accused very publicly reacted to Mr. Thaci's 2019 television interview. Jakub Krasniqi stated, I quote, "As the KLA's political leader, Hasim Thaci knows very well that the communiques were not released from bahnhofs in order to divide the KLA." End of quote. And Mr. Krasniqi further said, I quote, "Hasim Thaci knows very well that since 1998 all communiques were written in Kosovo." End of quote. Recep Salimi appeared on television in November 2019 and confronted what Mr. Thaci had said about the General Staff having nothing to do with Communique 59. Mr. Salimi, seen here on slide C14, set the record straight and said, in fact, that it was Hasim Thaci himself who wrote Communique 59. Let's watch.
Këtë deklarat e ka shkruajt një individ dashakeq pajtohem plotësisht. Punët në shkruaj. Ai është Hasim Thaci. Hasim Thaci ka shkruar komunikatën 5. Komunikatën 5 është hartues dhe lëshues është Hasim Thaci.
When Mr. Salimi was later interviewed by the SPO, he stood by what he said in this television interview, confirming that it was Hasim Thaci who wrote Communique 59, and he also described how back in 1998 Hasim Thaci had read the text of Communique 59 to him, to Mr. Salimi, over satellite phone, and told him it was aimed to fully destroy the person named in that communique. Now, what is encapsulated by this story of Communique 59? During the war, Hasim Thaci used the collaborator label in this communique to smear and to try to destroy someone. After the war, when it is time to take responsibility, to own up to it, what does Mr. Thaci do? He runs away. He falsely denies having anything to do with the communique, only to be called out for it by two of his co-accused. And we will ask your honors to keep that story in mind as you receive all the other evidence in this case. This concludes my part, and Mr. Teagle will continue from here.
Thank you. Mr. Teager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Honors, you've just heard how the policy of targeting collaborators and opponents was repeatedly emphasized in communiques issued by the General Staff in the years before and into the indictment period. The evidence will further show that the policy expressed in those communiques reverberated in statements, interviews, orders, reports, regulations, as well as in the actions of the accused in furtherance of advancing the common purpose, advancing the objective. I'll be going through some of those chronologically, and although I will be selecting only examples for purposes of this presentation, the consistency of the efforts of the accused are apparent over time. The very first time the KLA came out publicly was at a funeral following a battle with Serbian forces in November 1997. And there, Recep Salimi underscored that during the past 4 years, the KLA had carried out operations against, quote, the occupiers in sensitive locations, as well as against their Albanian-speaking collaborators, collaborationists, unquote. He also denounced political figures who, quote, attempt to denigrate our holy war with their pacifist positions, unquote. Moving to March 1998, as the accused managed the deployment of new volunteers into the KLA following events in Prekaz, they put in place persons aligned with them to implement their policies. You'll recall Mr. Howling's reference to Jem Gashi and Mahir Hassani in Drenac, who served as a commander and deputy commanders. And as noted in a report to which Mr. Howling also referred, they were present in Drenac by order and permission of the General Staff. Indeed, they had both been part of groups led into Kosovo from Albania by Mr. Thaci and Mr. Veseli, and installed in places like Drenac to organize and develop local units on behalf of the General Staff. The evidence will further show that Mr. Salimi also was frequently in Drenac during this period. And it will show that the common purpose was implemented there. You'll see, for example, a notebook with entries from June to August 1998 that contains information about persons suspected and detained in Drenac, including a reference to persons arrested who were sent to the General Staff. The indictment alleges that at least 38 persons were detained in Drenac in this time period. Likots was an early hub for the General Staff and later became the headquarters of the Drenac zone under the command of Sulejman Salimi, as you've heard, Recep Salimi's first cousin. Sami Lushtaku was installed as Sulejman Salimi's deputy commander, and Sahit Yashari, whom you've already seen on video proclaiming his readiness to carry out the orders of the General Staff, as the police commander. Both of these men also came to Kosovo in the spring of '98 in a group led by the accused Hasim Thaci. And here, too, the common purpose was implemented. An 18 May 1998 document found in Likots contains the names of some of the persons who would be detained and interrogated in Likots and, in some instances, disappeared. At least 25 persons were detained and mistreated in Likots beginning in April 1998. Further evidence that in the spring of 1998, the policy of targeting opponents was being implemented on the ground under the direction of the accused is reflected in slide D1. And all of the slides we'll be showing can be broadcast publicly except the final two, and we'll indicate when those two appear. On the screen, Your Honors, is the cover of a notebook that was found in a search of Mr. Salimi's house at the time of his arrest. The notebook contains numerous entries from May 1998, many that reference meetings or consultations with Recep Salimi himself, who is identified either by his war alias, Dieci or Ten, or as Reg. The notebook contains information about logistical and operational matters, as well as information about military engagements. And within the same notebook is reference after reference to suspected collaborators, often identified by name. Some are deemed suspicious because they are, quote, close to, unquote, other people who are suspicious. One woman is deemed suspicious because she had a child with a Serbian traffic police officer. The accused also promoted and acknowledged the policy in speeches and interviews. Almost immediately after Jakub Krasniqi was appointed spokesperson of the KLA General Staff in order, in his own words, to represent and publicize the policies of the General Staff, he gave an interview to Der Spiegel, shown here in D2, in which he openly acknowledged the policy of targeting collaborators. He was asked, quote, "In the West, the KLA is frequently characterized as a terrorist movement. Why does it kill peaceful Albanians?" And Mr. Krasniqi replied, quote, "Collaborators are warned that we will kill them if they continue on the wrong path," unquote. Mr. Krasniqi later confirmed the accuracy of this article. The next month, Mr. Krasniqi gave an interview to Koha Dottori and was asked about the international condemnation of the KLA targeting civilians. Trying uncomfortably to explain away and even justify the practice that had caused the condemnation, he made several admissions. Quote, "There have been cases in which they have been kidnapped, but in this event they've been handed over to international organizations. Of course, when they have been innocent," unquote. He went on to say, quote, "We do not go in for kidnapping. Even if some have suffered, these have been more Albanian collaborators than Serbian civilians. We do not deal with civilians, and we return those whom we take as prisoners of war," unquote. And he also added, quote, "Those we have kidnapped are either announced in a list or reported to be executed, but we do not behave in a base fashion like Serbia," unquote. International concern about the conduct of the KLA came up again in July 1998 when Austrian diplomat Jan Kickert met with Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vesely. As noted earlier, Mr. Kickert raised the issue of allegations of abductions and detentions in the context of possible ICRC access. Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vesely did not say, "What detentions?" They didn't deny the allegations, but instead, Mr. Thaci said, as you heard earlier, that the KLA would respect the Geneva Conventions. Similarly, Recep Salimi acknowledged during his interview with the SPO that he was aware that detentions were occurring, although he claimed that he did not know exactly where the sites were. Mr. Howling spoke to you about the implementation of regulations and normative documents as part of the KLA's organizational development. The General Staff ensured that targeting opponents was also embedded in the functions of the intelligence and military services of the KLA. both of which were established in the spring and summer of 1998, and which worked together to identify and detain collaborators, alleged collaborators. You heard reference to the provisional regulations for internal organization in the Army adopted in early July 1998 and among the many documents found in Jakub Krasnici's house. One chapter of the regulations, seen here in D3, covers the military police and its duties. It contains a section that echoes the General Staff communiques and statements. It says that the military police, quote, should be merciless toward the enemy and toward all those who try to obstruct and sabotage our liberation war, unquote. And as seen in D4, the regulations also require the military police to, quote, assist and cooperate with the Intelligence Service Directorate in investigating various forms of crime, unquote, language echoed in the Limai Military Police Directorate document referred to by Mr. Howling. The military police responsibilities were similarly reflected in regulations for the military police in Dukajin, seen here in D5. Regulations approved at a meeting attended by General Staff member and JCE member Lahi Brahimai. Those regulations included the following tasks. Quote, it is the duty of the MP to investigate and uncover all individuals who collaborate with the enemy in any way by convincing facts, unquote. And quote, it is the obligation of the MP to take action against all who work against the Kosovo Liberation Army, unquote. In addition to Brahimai's presence, minutes of the Dukajin staff meetings were to be provided to the General Staff pursuant to its order. And you will also hear evidence from witnesses and documents about the role of the intelligence service, headed, as you've already heard, by Mr. Vaselli. D6 is a handwritten KLA notebook from July 1998, which lists many suspected persons and alleged collaborators. As this entry succinctly notes, the work and duties of the intelligence sector included, quote, discovering enemy collaborators, unquote, and, quote, kidnappings, actions, activities with the military police official, unquote. Similarly, the regulations of the military intelligence at the district level, which Mr. Howling mentioned, speak of kidnapping, killing, or liquidating people considered important to the enemy. Now, as you heard earlier, particularly following the summer offensive in 1998, and the mounting expressions of public and international concern about the KLA approach and its consequences, the focus on opponents considered to be engaged in special war intensified, led by the accused. Notes describing KLA General Staff meetings held on 23 July and 16 July 1998 were found in the house of Jakub Krasnici, revealing that on 23 July 1998, the General Staff discussed, quote, that there were strong tendencies to destroy KLA through LDK, unquote. And on 16 August 1998, the General Staff, quote, talked about the special war, unquote, as well as actions by FARC officers and Tahir Zemai, allegedly against the KLA and the war in general. In August 1998, as Mr. Howling referred, a KLA General Staff delegation, including Mr. Thaci, Mr. Salimi, and Mr. Krasnici, visited the Shala and Lap zones. And as Mr. Krasniqi later wrote, they stopped first in the Shala zone, where they spoke with the local commanders about special war and the risk it posed to the KLA. In September, Mr. Krasniqi gave an interview to the newspaper Zere I Kosovos, in which he attacked those purportedly engaged in special war, particularly linking it to the LDK. He accused the LDK of waging special war, quote, in order that an unfavorable solution for Kosovo was accepted, unquote, a thinly veiled reference to the unacceptability of autonomy as a political solution. Criticism or questioning of the KLA was likewise considered a form of special war. And Mr. Krasniqi also denounced political circles in Kosovo for, quote, waging a special war against the Kosovo Liberation Army. And they are not accusing the occupying army, but the KLA for the damages caused by the Serbian military, unquote. Days later, on 20 September 1998, 13 parliamentary delegation members on a humanitarian visit to Chirez were arrested, detained, and mistreated by members of the KLA, including Hasim Thaci and Recep Salimi. On 23 September, the Military Police Directorate of the KLA issued a press release, shown here in D7, announcing that the KLA military police had arrested 13, quote, syndicalist, institutionalist party representatives, unquote, in Chirez for their, quote, divisive, partisan, schismatic, institutionalist, anti-liberation war propaganda, for handing over weapons and for a temporary solution of Kosovo's political status within Serbia that they had been conducting on the ground, unquote. The evidence will also show that Hasim Thaci told the arrested delegation members that the KLA did not recognize the Parliament of Kosovo, questioned them, had them write statements denouncing Rugova and renouncing the LDK, and told them that they should resign from their parliamentary posts. The following month, in October 1998, according to notes found in a search of his house, Recep Salimi conducted an inspection in the Lap zone. He noted that the commander of the Lap zone, Remy Mustafa, stated that, quote, special war and propaganda, unquote, were not present, reflecting the commander's awareness that this was a matter of concern and interest to Mr. Salimi and to the General Staff. At the end of that month, October 1998, when Mr. Thaci sat down to compose his first televised address, he began by focusing on those who did not support the KLA, indicating that they were collaborators and traitors. Pushed by a non-KLA media representative to use different language, his next version packaged the attack on non-supporters as special warfare, praising KLA achievements, quote, despite the propaganda and the special war waged before, during, and after the offensives of the Serbian occupiers, assisted also by autonomous elements, unquote. And then on the 1st of November 1998, the KLA Military Police Directorate issued press release number 4, shown here in D8, announcing that 2 members of the LDK, Jakub Kostrati and Cendescu, had been arrested by the military police of the KLA. The 2 men were detained because they were political opponents, and their arrest shows how the intelligence service and the military police worked in conjunction to target such opponents. as the press release states, quote, according to the information of the KLA Intelligence Service, during their activity against the KLA Liberation War, the above-mentioned persons have spread propaganda about surrendering the weapons in cooperation with collaborators, namely Selman Benishi from the village of Banja and Ramiz Hoxha from Belanica, who had been executed some time ago by the KLA, unquote. They were also accused of being in contact with an inspirer of special war and initiator of a kind of autonomous police. The evidence will further show that on Hoxha's body was a handwritten, quote, execution order, unquote, from the KLA secret police accusing him of collaboration and spreading anti-Albanian propaganda. And on the 3rd of November 1998, so 2 days after the arrest of Castrati and Descu, a KLA delegation met with a U.S. State Department representative in Geneva. The delegation included Bardel Mahmoudi, whose name you saw on Political Declaration number 7, who was a KLA political representative working outside Kosovo. Notes of this meeting were also found in Mr. Krasniqi's house, and they reflect that the discussion turned to the arrest of Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati. And as you see on the screen in D9, the notes reveal that Mahmoudi very openly explained that, quote, as for the arrest of the 2 LDK officials, in this case we have to do with 2 spies, collaborationists of the repressive Serbian apparatus. They have been arrested because they have caused damage to our cause, unquote. The State Department representative then suggested that the Red Cross should visit them, but asked how that could happen when there was no information about the location of the prison. To which Mahmoudi replied, quote, only the General Staff has the authority, neither us nor even Damaci. We can only convey this information to the General Staff. It is their issue, unquote. In Mr. Krasniqi's house, a draft was found of an order of the KLA General Staff Justice Directorate, shown here in D10, ordering the continued detention of Castrati and Descu because they, quote, carried out a special warfare against the KLA and our people's war for freedom and independence. They defended the wretched position of the party they belong to, which has always obstructed our people's commitment in the war for freedom. They spread insecurity and defeatism everywhere they went to. They did not help the KLA. On the contrary, they hindered and sabotaged its just war, unquote. And the evidence will further show that on 6 November 1998, at a meeting that included U.S. diplomatic Representative Christopher Hill, Hasim Thaci, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limaj, Mr. Hill raised the issue of those arrests, and Mr. Krasniqi said that they would be released. A single episode that ties together the General Staff and 2 of the accused specifically with the common criminal purpose of targeting opponents. The following month, in December '98, the Chief of the General Staff, Bislam Zarapi, ordered the KLA zone commanders to attend a reporting session on the 20th of the month, shown here in D11. A copy of this order was also found in the search of Mr. Krasniqi's house. One topic that the commanders were instructed to report on was defense and security. Following the meeting of the zone commanders and submission of written reports, Mr. Zarapi reported that, quote, Special units and military police provide special help by successfully facing the enemy's special war and its collaborators, unquote. And again, you can see the engagement by the General Staff with the issue of special war and the role of special units and the military police in dealing with it. Turning to 1999, Mr. Halling noted earlier the notebook found in Mr. Salimi's house that revealed the satisfactory functioning of the intelligence and counterintelligence services in Dukajin in March 99. Now, next on screen will be D12. It is not to be broadcast to the public. The search of Mr. Salimi's house also found this document, also from March 99, a report from the intelligence sector of the Dukajin zone containing a long list of suspected collaborators from different parts of Kosovo. And if we go to the next slide, also not to be broadcast, this is D13. And as you can see, this is a list of persons sought by the military police. Many of the names in the intelligence service report you just saw appear here on this separate list of names of persons wanted by the military police, again, showing the cooperation between the intelligence sector and the military police to target opponents and alleged collaborators. And just as the targeting of opponents did not cease during peace negotiations in Rambouillet in February and March, it did not end with the Kumanovo Agreement in June, as people continued to be arrested, detained, interrogated, and mistreated because they were suspected to be opponents, including harboring information about other alleged opponents. And you will hear that internationals were aware of KLA detention sites during this period and confronted Mr. Thaci directly with that information. And you will also see reports of UNMIC, KFOR, and others which show that the KLA was repeatedly informed that A, its soldiers were violating the demilitarization agreement, including through illegal policing operations, and B, its soldiers were illegally detaining Serb and other civilians. In sum, Your Honors, as the accused worked together to formulate, oversee, monitor, implement, and advance the objective, they publicly disseminated messages to broadcast its intimidatory message. They installed subordinates in key organizational roles to ensure its implementation. They oversaw the establishment of structures and creation of regulatory and normative documents to advance it. And they were personally involved in its implementation month after month after month. Your Honors, Mr. Potch will now set forth the pattern of detentions, abuse, and murders that resulted from the implementation of the common criminal purpose, and which is also further evidence of the existence of that plan. I see, given the time, we should probably continue. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Mr. Teager. Mr. Potch, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. And such people, collaborators, who are numerous, they have received little punishment for what they were. This is an excerpt from Jakub Krasnici's testimony before the ICTY on 10 February 2005. It is slide E1, and like all other slides in my presentation, is for public broadcast. The evidence you will hear, Your Honors, will lie in stark contrast to this assertion by Mr. Krasnici. The evidence will show that between April 98 and August 99, KLA members under the accused command and control deprived the liberty of hundreds of individuals without due process of law. There are at least 440 incidents of detention charged in the indictment, which includes persons detained at multiple sites. These victims, including persons working in forestry, farming, journalists, persons working for state or state-owned entity, teachers, and also others. Many were LDK supporters, or simply did not support the KLA. Just before they were detained, some of the victims were KLA soldiers, while others were members of the Serbian forces. Apart from Albanians and Serbs, victims included Roma, Montenegrin, and Bosnian persons. The evidence will show that these persons, who were detained illegally, were accused, among other things, of being so-called collaborators. Such an accusation at the time was grave, at times lethal. As you have already heard today, some members of the KLA abused this label. Suspicions of collaboration were often objectively unfounded. The very act of arrest or detention by the KLA meant that the victims of the charged crimes were thereafter, by definition, not taking active part in hostilities. These victims were questioned, beaten, and otherwise physically and psychologically abused. Those, sadly, were the luckier ones. At least 102 victims never made it out alive, meeting brutal deaths because they were considered opponents. KLA members refused to provide information on the whereabouts of at least 20 victims, those falling under the charged incidents of enforced disappearance. This left friends and relatives of such victims in limbo. These acts and others also amount to the crime of persecution on political and/or ethnic grounds. The geographic scope of the charges is relatively broad, covering detention sites across Kosovo and certain parts of Albania. While there were certain periods of intensity in terms of the charged incidents, the crimes were committed consistently. The evidence will show that the crimes were not unconnected or isolated incidents by rogue or unrelated KLA members. Rather, the evidence will show the crimes were committed in similar patterns across space and time. They were committed systematically. They were widespread. They were part of an attack directed against opponents. They took place in the context of and were associated with the armed conflict between the KLA and FRY forces. They were committed in the pursuit of the common criminal purpose. This trial, Your Honors, is about these crimes for which the evidence will show the accused bear the guilt. The image on your screens now, slide E2, is similar to one that you've seen earlier today. It shows the KLA PGOK detention site locations in Kosovo and parts of Albania in and around which the crimes charged were committed. The image before you now, E3, depicts the 440 incidents of detention charged in the indictment, each represented by a blue dot in close proximity to the location of detention. You will hear that several detainees were not only held at one KLA site, but transferred to another or multiple other such sites during the duration of their detention. This is indicative of the KLA's level of organization, of the cooperation between KLA members at multiple sites, of the full control exercised over detainees. The accused had command and control over the KLA members involved at the various locations of transfer. You will hear evidence of transfers of detainees, including from Likots to Lapushnik, Drenots to Malisheva, Budakova to Semetisht, and from Bubel to Kosterz. In August 1998, at least 8 detainees were transferred from Bare to Baigora. That same month, a General Staff delegation, which included Hasim Thaci, Recep Senimi, and Jakub Krasniqi, traveled to Baigora, where the General Staff formally appointed the senior leadership of the LAP Zone headquarters. In May and June 1999, detainees were transferred between Kukes Metal Factory, the KLA site in Sahan, and the former MUP building in Prizren. Around this time, Hasim Thaci and Jakub Krasniqi were seen at the Kukes Metal Factory, which is pictured on your screens now as slide E4. As with a number of other commonalities I'll be referring to, the transfer I mentioned are only by way of example and by no means exhaustive. The accused are not only charged with the detention and mistreatment of detainees, they're also charged with the murder of at least 102 victims, all of whom had been arrested, abducted, or detained by the KLA prior to their death. The 102 red dots on your screen represent the victims the accused are charged with having killed, as set out in the indictment and specified in Schedule B thereof. This is slide E5. Many of the victims of murder were executed as Serbian offenses approached KLA strongholds where detainees were held. The accused are additionally charged with the enforced appearance of at least 20 of the 102 persons they are accused of murdering. The image on your screens now, E6, shows the enforced appearance victims, each represented by an orange dot. I'll now turn your focus to some more specific incidents of charged crimes, once again solely by way of example. I will then address a number of recurring themes or patterns that will emerge in the evidence you will hear during the course of the trial. Throughout, I will also highlight that these locations where, or in the vicinity of which, detainees were held, mistreated, killed, where they disappeared, were no mystery to the accused or the KLA members they controlled. To the contrary, many of the detention sites in which the crimes occurred were located at long-standing KLA bases, including operational zone and regional headquarters. These were locations at which the accused were frequently personally present and which they had access to. On your screens is an image of Jablanica, E7, where, as set out in the indictment, between at least April 98 and late July 98, KLA members detained at least 13 persons for various periods of time, and without due process of law, at this compound, which also served as a barracks. In addition to charges relating to detention and mistreatment at this site, the accused are charged with the murder of 3 of these detainees and the enforced disappearance of 1 of the 3. Jablanica is where Kadri Verselli acquired his nom de guerre, Luli. The other 3 accused were no strangers to this location either. In June of '98, Recep Selimi met other JC members at a house in Jablanica, during which meeting the Dukagin zone staff was selected. The following month, Hasim Thaci, Recep Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and others also visited Jablanica. Around the time of this visit, the KLA's Information Directorate issued Communique 49, which you have seen earlier today, referring to measures having been taken against branded collaborationists. You also saw a draft of this communique, which the SPO seized from Jakub Krasniqi's house. Among the evidence you will hear in relation to the charged crimes in Jablanica is that concerning 2 of the victims who were being detained there in July 1998. One of the victims was a shop owner. The other was a young male who wanted to join the KLA. You will hear that KLA soldiers, including a longtime general staff member, who is also a named JCE member, repeatedly beat these detainees over the course of several days. As a consequence, one of the detainees experienced difficulty breathing. The other was unable to stand, swollen and incontinent. They were accused of being spies and collaborators. After several days in detention, they tried to escape with 1 other co-detainee. The 2, unable to walk because of their mistreatment, could only crawl. They were caught by KLA soldiers, brutally beaten, and returned to their cell. One of the 2 victims, who was in good health before his detention, was taken to a KLA hospital unconscious, with his kidneys not working, his body deformed, swollen, and bruised. He died there. The remains of the 2nd victim were discovered in September '98. Genetic testing confirmed his identity, and the gunshot wound to the head was confirmed as the cause of death. I'll turn to another location, Lepushnik. Between about late April '98 and 25 or 26 July '98, as many as 30 persons were detained in Lepushnik without due process of law. At the relevant time, the Lepushnik KLA headquarters were located in a fenced compound made up by a barn or cowshed, a small house, a bigger house, and a garage with a round well in the yard. You can see these on your screens now as slide E8. The prisoners in Lepushnik were kept in 2 different rooms within the same compound. One referred to by the prisoners as the cowshed or barn, now on your screens as slide E9 and slide E10. And the other one referred to as the storage room, now on your screens as E11 and E12. In addition to charges relating to detention and mistreatment, the accused are charged with the murder of 10 of the victims detained in Lepushnik. You will hear that in July '98, KLA members escorted about 30 prisoners detained there towards the Berisha Mountains at gunpoint. One group of around 20 was spared, being released. All but 2 of the remaining victims who managed to escape were executed with rifles. DNA testing and other evidence established that bodies exhumed in 2001 and 2002 from a location in the Berisha Mountains were those of some of these victims. The cause of death for multiple such victims was determined to be gunshot wounds. The next location I will refer to is Zlash. As per the indictment, in September 98 and between approximately 1 and 19 April 99, KLA members detained at least 8 persons in Zlash. In addition to charges relating to detention and mistreatment, the accused are charged with the murder and enforced disappearance of one of these detainees. On your screens is E13 with an aerial image of Zlash. And now E14 with an image of the relevant detention site. You will hear that in April 99, armed KLA members took a Kosovo Albanian male from his village to Zlash, being beaten on the way there and upon arrival by multiple KLA soldiers. During his 18-day detention, his life was threatened. He was subjected to a mock execution, accused of being a collaborator, and beaten on other occasions, including with a baseball bat, causing him severe injury. Turning to Klečka. This is a location you will hear much about, in particular, since members of the General Staff at various times used Klečka and nearby Divjak as a base. Here you see E15 depicting Jakub Praznici with Ferhat Shala and Fatmir Lima in Klečka on 14 June 98. The General Staff operated a detention facility at a house on the outskirts of Klečka, about halfway between the General Staff headquarters in Divjak and the Brigade 1-1 headquarters. About 200 or 300 meters away from this detention facility in Klečka, there were 3 houses that had been burnt down, which were also used to detain persons. Between at least November 98 and June 99, certain KLA members detained at least 20 persons for varying periods of time and without due process of law at these locations. In addition to charges relating to detention and mistreatment, the accused are charged with the murder of 11 of these detainees. The image on your screen, slide E16, depicts the detention facility at a house in the outskirts of Klečka. You will hear that in February 99, 2 victims were brought to Klečka, where they were detained until April 99, in Klečka prison and the burnt houses. Their bodies were recovered in a grave near Klečka prison. Their cause of death was gunshot wounds to the head and torso. Your Honor, I'm mindful of the time. I could stop now, or I think I need another perhaps 15 minutes, up to you.
We'll take a break now for lunch. Everybody be back at 2:30, and we will complete the last hour and a half of our hearing today. So we are in recess until then. Thank you.
All rise.